Howdy, 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 howdy. I saw in chat. That has good taste, as you should, as you do, as you make me proud that you do. But today, I need both something a little bit chill. I need something I want to study, and I need something I want to do more. So welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. I was ping ponging between some things, but I need more dinosaur drawings. I need more dinosaur drawings, and I need to do more studies. So to do that, we are going to do something new-ish, new-ish. I'm starting to get a little bit more of a process, and kind of the hope here is that no matter what, at least once a week, I'm doing drawing like this at some point, usually Fridays. Um, But today, we're going to be looking at something. We're going to be looking at something, a dinosaur that I actually really, really like, that I don't know if a lot of people know about. And we're going to be doing two things with this dinosaur. We're going to be doing things I know, things I don't know about this dinosaur. So today's dinosaur is a very interesting guy who goes by a very simple name. Monolophosaurus. Now, though, as you might suspect, it sounds like another dinosaur. But this is one of the cases in which the name is more coincidental than it is indicative of any direct relation because it just is a dinosaur with a big crest on the center of its head. I do not believe it has any direct relation to Dilophosaurus. Here, I'm even going to go on the wiki page and we're going to look up real fast. Yeah, no. In fact, it is at least two families separated from Dilophosaurus, which is a Coelophysidae, or Coelophysid, whereas apparently this branched off earlier underneath the Avarostra, the MCCanary, and is the closest relative to Orionides, which include the megalosaurs and Avitheropoda, which, as it might sound, are birds. So it's actually somewhere in between there. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about this phylogenetic tree, actually. I'll have to look into it. But needless to say, Monolophosaurus is actually both younger than Dilophosaurus and much more distantly related. Now, things I didn't know about Monolophosaurus. The number one thing is that it is where it comes from. I just didn't know this. It comes from China. It comes from a formation in China that also has a lot of cool dinosaurs that I do know about, including Guanlong, which is a real dinosaur. Guanlong, I believe is what it's called, which is also weirdly, though I do not believe is related. Well, could be more closely related to it, just by the fact that I believe. Oh, here we got a little bit more of a breakdown here. I believe it is an early Tyrannosaur, is actually what Guanlong is. Let me find, where was it? I saw the formation earlier. Oh, here we go. And I was just kind of looking through this, but yeah, Guanlong. I believe Guanlong is a type of a very early Tyrannosaur. They have a direct relation to Tyrannosaurs and are like one of the first Tyrannosaurs, though oddly also has, kind of like Monolophosaurus, a crest on the front of its face. Is a coincidence. Now, today, what we're going to do is something that I want to practice a little bit here. in which I am going to do a little bit. We're going to start off first with an example utilizing this as a base. The goal is to first kind of like get an idea of where everything is, and then move from there. Because I feel like one of the things I kind of get a little bit stuck on that I want to get a little bit better at is that I really wanted to do a lot of like handoff tracing from reference, which can be helpful. But some of my best work kind of comes from using a fossil, typically a fossil specimen, as the base reference, and then actually drawing over it to kind of like flesh out what it would have looked like. And we're going to start off with some sketches, and then I'm going to kind of go from there. And hi, slime. Yeah, me too. Me too. Wait, which? Wait, which? You two for which? Want to get better. Grabbing and throwing in a little bit more dimensionality. This is something that I've gotten a little bit more better. I've gotten better at is being able to use certain elements better understand like the shape of something without just straight up tracing again. Because the goal isn't to trace, it's to kind of use a lot of the shape to inform certain things. And it's something that I want to practice. And it specifically helps with stuff like this because it allows for more of stuff like this. I also, why it's like this, so I'm going to that a little. But I hope everyone is doing well today, having a good evening, doing all right. Yeah. Now, if I do this, see, I have a better thing to work with here. And I can better flesh out like size and shape and stuff. You gotta sometimes just be willing to do something to make it easier. I've tried and tried and tried, but honestly, you gotta cut yourself some breaks sometimes, especially when it comes to stuff like this. But the goal here is not I stop here. This is actually something specific that I'm doing to get ideas. I want to practice some sketching is really what I want to do. I'm gonna hope that that's a good thing. Congratulations, Alex. Well, if it's prescription, then correct. Congrats. Congrats. Uh-huh. Yes. Wow, it's just one of those days. Glad you're here, Slime. We can just vibe to the chill jams of this song. Honestly, this artist is very good. I very much like this guy. Just got to. No, no, excuse me. No, not that. But eventually, some of the things I want to do with this is be able to like do like a study of an entire ecology and be able to make like a bunch of notes and then do like a paleo ecology based on all of the notes I make. So that can include plants, that can include other animals, not just dinosaurs. Like to do like paleoecologies of different formations is something I would like to be able to do. Interesting. And this is where I have to realize that the fossil can only do so much. Rest still has to be done by me. This is why you can't just rely on tracing. There to give me an idea of shapes and stuff, but from there I gotta take it and actually the rest. And I like this guy. He's weird. I didn't know this necessarily that, you know, the I knew that there was a lot of Cretaceous stuff coming out of China, but I've never heard of I've always known about this dinosaur, but I did not know it originated from China per se. That I did not know. There we go. Just so this is interesting. Oh, I see. The foreshortening got me there. The foreshortening kind of got me there. Start with just in case, and then try this and see how it works. Well, it doesn't work that well when I do that. Yeah, that'll do that. That'll do that, Alex. I feel that. I feel that. I feel that today. Okay. Huh. Something like this. I like doing something more like this. No, like different parts of a theropod of a theropod, because I don't know. A lot of stuff that I pull off of is largely influenced by birds, by like what a lot of birds have. Because the closest living relative is going to be birds, and for theropods, it is still important to at least pull that. Even if they didn't look exactly the same, and they could have had many differences, they will be more morphologically accurate to them as a reference. This is an interesting conundrum I have run into. How did I do that? Hmm. Interesting. This leg is just wrong. This leg is just wrong, it seems. Seems like I've run into a little bit of leg issues with this. There we go. Seems like the legs are a little short. Hmm, interesting. I was kind of expecting that to go a little bit better, but eh, I'm trying. There we go. Need make sure that I've got that correctly. And I also need to make sure, do I want it? No, I don't want it turned out per se. Design some stuff. It might also be this leg, even though if you take this, let's take this. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, set you over here, a bit darker. Yeah, that hip is doing weird things. That hip is doing weird things in that drawing, or in that in this. Like for some reason, it looks like one hip is like in the right spot, right? So we got it here. The other hip looks like directionally, it's like slanted this direction when it should be way more like that. Or got a slant here. Thinking of that would go. Got that. See? Now this is where actually being able to analyze and like correct for when stuff like this happens is useful. Got? So the thing is this this part of the leg is fairly long. It needs to be at least as long as the thigh, I believe. This is why it's still a study. To be able to study this because bones stay the same size. Important to remember, bones don't change size. They stay about the same size. Yeah. Yeah. Toe is about as long as that. Something like that. Flat here. That. Got a flat up. Followed by the flank. That. There we go. That's a little better. And mainly I just want to be able to do some study here to get a better idea of how to actually like shapey some of this stuff out. And be able to have moments like this where I'm like, okay, something's wrong. I gotta fix it. You gotta fix it. Sometimes you do have to fix your reference so it looks right. That's what's important. That's why it was the tracing gave me the blueprint. The overlay gave me the blueprint, and then it was up to me to actually fix it. Which sometimes is difficult. I feel like that's sometimes the most difficult part when it comes to situations like that, is being like, okay, how do I catch this shit? How do I catch this stuff? Especially in days like today where it's like, ooh. That's why I kind of needed a little bit of an easy today. Sometimes you just need an easy. That's okay. Sometimes easy is hard, and that's fine. At least you're doing easy instead of hard. Also worth trying stuff like that just to see how it would work. I'm not necessarily in love with that. I'm not in love with like how that went, but at least now I know that's kind of the result I'm gonna get with stuff like that. You have to be careful. You have to be careful, especially like I think easy in a certain sense, especially when it comes to fossils. Just be like, yeah, it's that shape when, fossils are inherently kind of unreliable due to the fact that they are very old and put under a lot of conditions that would affect them terribly, unfortunately. Fossils, unfortunately, are not super well known for their ability to hold themselves together all that well. An unfortunate quality of them that one must bear in mind, especially when it comes to recreation. Mainly, I wanted to do that to get kind of an idea of something like this, and then kind of zoom out a little bit and try a couple of different things. I find it interesting that the skull has like something going on here, has like a divot. Got like a plane here that kind of goes into the nose a little bit. There. That's the kind of stuff I want to try to experiment with. And sometimes it's worth just trying a couple of things. Be able to find this exactly what I was going for. Wanting to practice some sketching, mock up stuff. One of the things I want to get better at, like doing a couple of little sketches before I settle on like a definitive like style. And I wanted to try out that I just wanted to try that out to see how it would go. You know what? I wasn't in love with it, and that's fine. But it also still was good. It was good. It was a good practice. Try. Yeah, there. That. There we go. Much better. I'm liking this. I'm liking this better. I just mainly this and excuse. Try out things. Sometimes you just gotta try things. What's funny is, yeah, I find that this kind of freehand, this kind of freehand style with the reference up here is probably working better than the trace did. I at least wanted to try. I at least wanted to try to give myself like an idea. I think it helped a little bit with the size, but it didn't really help with much of anything else, unfortunately. But I think this overall is what I was wanting to get out of that. That shapiness going there. Kind of give the different sections of the head. Uh, Trying to think of wrinkles. There, that's better. Much better. I fix this more out of it, but still. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. What we're gonna do? Got this. And mainly this is like think of it as like a warm up. Think of it as like a essentially like trying to speed run getting my hands ready the drawing part. Now this is something I want to get better at. So you start near the back and you kind of work your way forward. That's something I also want to just do a little bit better. Got so this is what's interesting about this guy. He's got a pretty flat head, except for this bit, which kind of goes all the way out to the front. And his head is largely boxy. His head is largely boxy, is what I'm noticing. There we go. I go somewhere around there. Mouth has this bit. And I'll give it a little bit of that, like, crocodile snarl. Like that a little bit of... It's like, let me look at a bird. Let me look at a bird. Because bird skull. Let's look up a bird. Let's look up... What bird do I want to use as a reference? What's the shoe bill skull even look like? That's a shoe bill. I need its skull. I mean, okay, no, this is good. This is good intel. Like, if I was really to base it off of, like, something like a shoe bills are gonna have, like, something that goes all the way up to, like, that. So, like, that's actually where mouth starts and everything else ends. Monolophosaurus is also kind of interesting in that it's not a very big dinosaur. It's actually not a very big dinosaur. I think it might even be smaller than Dilophosaurus. I don't know. Let me check this real fast. Monolophosaurus. It's not super big. And I'm a little surprised. I might be mixing this up with Cryolophosaurus, which, my bad if I am. But Monolophosaurus, I was like, oh, clearly Allosauridae. It's not. It doesn't seem to be Allosauridae. In fact, it seems to be an outgroup, and we don't really know where it goes. We don't... Yeah, it seems to be... ancestor to the larger group of Allosauridae, it seems. That's why I'm like, do I trust this phylogenetic analysis tree? Do I? It seems to be just straight up an outgroup. It just seems to be straight up an outgroup. Which might, that's the tough thing with phylogenetic paleontology that is important to remember is that when it comes to paleontology, it's hard to make very definitive phylogenetic statements since we can't really utilize genetic material because it doesn't really exist. Because it doesn't. Much as we want it to, it doesn't. But it does appear that Monolophosaurus was kind of like a little under medium sized. It wasn't a big theropod. I wouldn't call it small either, but I do think it is smaller than Dilophosaurus, believe it or not. It is roughly a little bit shorter than, like, if I'm understanding this metric, it's a little bit shorter than 5 or 6 feet. So, like, at the shoulders, he's a little shorter than an adult person, but is still a dinosaur. So, like, all of that, like, that's all length. A lot of the size of a Monolophosaurus is length, or a lot of the size of a dinosaur, especially a theropod, is kind of judged in its length, not in its height. So it wouldn't be like, oh yeah, that would be like if you were looking at something about the size of a deer as far as, like, tall, but then in profile was about as long as your car. So, and that's a lot of dinosaurs that size. Is you gotta remember that they're not small. They're not really small animals. They're just long animals. Which is, I think, a lot of dinosaurs. That they're fairly long. I actually kind of want to find in comparison now how big Dilophosaurus which is a coelophysid. Like Dilophosaurus was yeah, Dilophosaurus was actually much bigger. Dilophosaurus was bigger than Monolophosaurus. Now, mind you, again, there's no actual direct relation. They are very, very different animals overall, actually. Dilophosaurus also was found on a completely different in a completely different place in the world. They do not have any other direct relation. Oh, Dilophosaurus does have this weird. Got a fourth toe. The fourth toe is weird to me. I never know how to feel about the fourth toe. Other than it's weird that it has one. This. And then I want something I want to get better at. Draw a lot of animals, a lot of dinosaurs naked. Let's go with something like this. Mainly want to just experiment. Let's give him a little bit of feather. Give it a little bit of feather. Try it. I make sure we don't have the arms pulled the wrong way. I want to keep that, but I don't. I want to make sure that it's not holding the wrong. Because here's the thing, dinosaurs have weird hands. They got kind of weird hands. And it's important to remember that a lot of dinosaurs couldn't really fold. Like if you take your wrist and you fold it down, right, along the inside of your wrist, they can't do that. They a lot of times they fold left and right easier than they fold front and back. Is my understanding. That is my understanding. Is that is how they most do. That is how they most do. Hi, Creeper. All right. They don't really fold. They don't really fold their. They can. They have flexible fingers, but don't really have flexible wrists. Is my understanding. There we go. Much better. There we go. Much better. Like that. Opens up that whole plane. Like that. There we go. That's something I want to get a little bit better at, is actually getting that a little bit more right. I really nailed it. Nailed it, actually. Finally figured out how to draw my dinosaur toes. It took me forever. Only took me forever. There we go. Yeah, that also looks just better. Hey, but sometimes you gotta try it. Maybe next. The reason why I tried that was because part of what made that Archaeopteryx picture come out so well is the strategy that I took. So I had to at least give it a shot. I had to give it a shot, and it gave me some good intel on like shape and size and stuff. But I definitely was like, okay, that's not gonna work. Sometimes you gotta try something and see if it'll work, and if it does, it does, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. This is something that's important to remember: is just because something doesn't work doesn't mean it will never work, and just because something does work doesn't mean it'll work every time. It's really frustrating that both of those statements are true, but they are. And what's more important is if you're trying shit. Always remember that. Honestly, it's a little difficult. I think it's difficult to remember that. I think it's easy to forget that, even. It's going. It's going along. It's looking good. My Monolophosaurus is looking pretty good, I'd say. Mainly doing some test sketching to get an idea on what I want to like kind of make it look like, and I kind of like this. I kind of like this version that I've settled on, and mainly the important thing to remember is that the head itself very very boxy. That there, that's what I was wanting more of. See, you gotta willing to club with it a little bit. Kind of does what you actually want. And I'm just kind of practicing a little bit here. Again, to get the idea is not The idea is to like get as many different test sketches as I can. Like just get familiar with how I want to actually do Monolophosaurus. Open mouth as well, just to get an idea. Mouth kind of like sits open like that. With in profile. Like that's the skull, right? It does. It is the chickens are apiform theropods, so yes, it does. Of course it does. All it takes to be a dinosaur is being a direct descendant of dinosaurs. That is what it takes to be a dinosaur. As we are all fish. All dinosaurs are also fish, though. We are not dinosaurs. They're fish. Share or our well, our closest common ancestor is going to be not a fish. It's going to be a tetrapod. But well, actually, and our closest is not going to be an amphibian tetrapod. It's actually going to be a amniotic tetrapod since we are amniotes. Okay, did it do the thing? Didn't do the thing. Oh wait, no. I'm testing something. I turned something on in the last second. I hope it works. I don't actually know if it'll work. Actually, let me double check. It's even on, working. I haven't been to this website in a while, and I saw that somebody did this, and I was like, okay, maybe that helps. Maybe that would be helpful. Oh, God damn it. Should be active. So as soon as ads start, it should say something. It didn't say anything. Great. Display. Ad break on an ad event. It did it not. Guess it didn't. I'm gonna have to figure out how that works. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to figure out how that works. As far as I know, that should just work. Hmm. Interesting. Oh well. Gonna figure that out later. Monolophosaurus got kind of interesting, weird teeth too, I feel like. He got some long ones. Kind of like backwards facing. I don't know if that's just circumstantial or not. Do something like that, maybe. Always good to still like exaggerate a little bit. Here's the important thing about actually like illustration in general, but also like science illustration, is that it's not that it's bad exaggerate. The important thing, especially with like paleo design, I think even is like I think it's important to exaggerate at least to know how to exaggerate enough because fossils are inherently, like I said, fossils are inherently unreliable. They're unreliable. They can only tell you so much information. You do have to do some deduction. You do have to do some deduction regarding fossils because inherently fossils are flawed. Fossils are inherently flawed. Because they're incomplete, they're damaged, they're often morphologically altered, physiologically altered. They've been crushed, they've been smashed, they've been compressed. So it's important to remember that. Because if you followed exactly like I did before, it kind of comes out looking a little weird and correct. Oh, what? If you know that, why'd you do that earlier? Yeah. I do know now. I definitely know now. That's the reason why I do the things like that. It's also sometimes good to challenge stuff like that to make sure that you are doing it in a way that makes sense. No? Oh my god! Monolophosaurus is just Anjanath. Ah, fuck! How'd I never put that together? I mean, he's not, but you know what I mean. You kinda do. You kinda do. You got that crest. You got that face. Alright. Have these, right? Have these. I have a couple options here. I can outright export them. Yes. So this is something I want to get better about. I'm going to export these as references. And I was doing this the other day, actually. I was working on a project. I have a big project that I'm kind of working on right now on the side. I couldn't really work on it today, but that's fine. It happens. But the day I was doing sketches for it the other day. This is for the commission that I'm working on, and I like made my sketches. And every time I finished a sketch, like I took it out and I put some tape on it. And I put it on one of my like just physical computer screens. I put some masking tape on it, and I just hung it up. And then I started another piece, so that way the reference was there that I could see it. If you're gonna make yourself references, make sure you put them someplace you can see them. You can see them. Don't just be like, okay, that's done. You still gotta look at them. And that's something I've learned recently is like, if you're gonna, you gotta put stuff up. You gotta put stuff up and out where you can see it. You can't just do it and then move on. Something that I think I've been kind of bad at. But hey, being bad at something, part of understanding how to be better at something anyway. Okay. Now this should have been like my yeah, this should have been my oh yeah, this is not a I never knew the species name that they have for Monolophosaurus, as it seems like they don't have very many specimens, and they only have one described species of Monolophosaurus at the moment, which is Jiangji, which is pretty Chinese. Monolophosaurus is Jiangji. So I just never knew that. I knew it as Monolophosaurus. I know where it came from. I knew I liked it because it reminded me of Dilophosaurus, but with one crest instead of two, even though they have no actual, even remote morphological similarities other than that they are both theropod dinosaurs. They are so distantly related to each other that the fact that it crossed my mind was just because they have Lophosaurus in their name, which, fun fact, is absolutely not indicative of anything because well, that's Parasaurolophus. It's not Paralophosaurus. It's not Paralophosaurus. That doesn't exist. I should make Paralophosaurus and have it be something completely unrelated to Parasaurolophus. That would be great. Just so that way people would get mad at me for naming with the audacity to name something Paralophosaurus, but have it have no relation to Dilophosaurus, Monolophosaurus, or Paralophosaurus, just Parasaurolophus. Boy, I got myself with that one. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I shouldn't be allowed to name dinosaurs. Whoopsie. Okay, so it's Monolophosaurus Jianji. Jiangji. 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 Oh, spelled it wrong. Oops, I spelled it. So, copy that. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna title this, change it. Same thing. This one is. And that's it. That's what I want to be better at. Is I actually make my studies, and then I put them someplace I can actually find and see. So that way, I can look at what I did. Studies don't have to take long. It took me about an hour. That's what I was going for. Was I'm gonna do studies for an hour, then I'm going to sketch something for an hour, then I'm gonna render it for about an hour or two. That's what I'm going for today. Now, this is why I need to start making like folders for images from now on. That might be something I might start doing just because I've started getting into the habit of making actual resources like this. It's something that I have gotten in the habit of and I want to be better about. Oh, that was weird. Tried to open that twice and it didn't. There. And it's always different. Sometimes I'll need a reference like this. Other times I won't. And because I have a square canvas here, I should work it in with the square canvas. I'm going to start with up here. Press the biggest part. There we go. Just get in there and get in there. Try some stuff. Reference. Working a little bit back, working from the front to back, but I really should be working. That length. Focus on flushing parts of this. The arms, so this is going to be interesting. I actually have a little bit of freedom here with the arms, I think. They're going to look weirdly long. They aren't. I've kind of learned to really enjoy this kind of front-on perspective for paleo. I think it gives a little bit more depth. It allows me to try some stuff, especially in these squares. So whenever I need to use, if I want to do a profile, I need to do a 16 by 9 aspect ratio. If I'm doing a 1 by 1 aspect ratio, I need to do something head on. I need to do something, or I need to do part. I can't do a full body. Or I have to do like a head or something. It's a portrait. I have to do portrait design. focus on building this out a little bit. Second. Just for a second. Sometimes just getting that sketch in is helpful for exactly what it did here, which is actually get me like warmed up. That's a big thing, is like being able to just like get into the vibe of whatever you're drawing helps a lot. Gotta stretch, still gotta stretch, still gotta do what you gotta to actually get the dang thing going. Ooh, I love this perspective, actually. The more I'm working on this, the more I really like how this perspective kind of worked out. And then I want... There we go. Our dino nuggets are made of real dinosaur. That's true. It's true. It is in fact true that dinosaur nuggets do have dinosaur. And real dinosaur. Again. That's more. They have this going. Really trying to focus on getting this fleshed out in a way. Really working for me. I know it's not really working for me, but that's fine. I like how this foot's coming out though. I like how this looks now. Yes, 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 yes. I think, would you see under there? Yeah, you would. You would see under there a little bit. I give him wrinkly old man eyes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. have super long. I don't have super long arms is the thing, so I don't need to go crazy on the thing. Kind of work with what we got here. Just kind of gonna throw that in there so that way it's there. Can't forget that. Can't forget that. Important part. The dinosaur. We don't want to forget important parts of the dinosaur. Oh, and I think I still want this to be like about here. Yeah. We're gonna do. We got that there. Arm here. And maybe today we'll see if I do a render. We'll see if I do a render, but I'm just kind of enjoying sketching away at this. And the study has been good. Glad I did this. Sometimes it's good just to do like a regular study and be like, that was good. Actually, follow the contour of the arm like that. Something like that, right? Same thing that I did with the hand here. Or I did with the feet here. I got it's kind of using the back half curvature of the claw. I'm doing something like that. Something like that. Or like that. Again, the goal is to make it really highlight that the arm is in that orientation. Something like that. This arm is a little low. Hold on. Arm is a little bit low. I gotta look. Sometimes you gotta take a second. Look. This arm's a little low. That's better. Ah, that's much better. That's what I was going wrong. That's where I was going wrong. Going to kind of experiment here for a second. Add the other claws anyways. Really, I'm just proud that I got the crest. I got this part, like, perfect. Ironically, the head looks really good. I think I got the head, like, perfect. Get center. And what's funny, if I want to do this, that I usually go the other way. And he would be about that tall, I would say. Hold on. Gotta work on my. I mainly just do these to be able to draw all the dinosaurs that I could pet in real life. I would want to pet every single one of these if I could. There we go. There we go. That seems. Let me look at my Let me look at my comparison. They should come to about. Yeah, they should come to about chest height. So yeah, I'll give a little bit of exaggeration because they're not small. That's the thing, is they're not. Actually, if they were like this, it'd be more about that sized. Important. This They would, I think, if they like reared up. If they like reared up, they would see me eye to eye. That's how tall they would actually be. If you, because the picture I'm looking at is like if it was just down, if it was just like splayed out lengthwise as much as it could. But if it was kind of like reared up, he'd be about the same height. He would be able to look you in the eye. I don't know if you could ride one. I don't think they're big enough to ride. They are a medium-sized dinosaur because they are not big enough to ride. I think you get a large dinosaur when they are large enough to ride, and this is not. Let's look at an ostrich. Let's just look at an ostrich. Ostrich to human size comparison. So an ostrich. One of my. Yeah, here we go. So ironically, an ostrich is taller. Well, not ironically. I don't know why I said ironically. Actually, ostriches are taller than Monolophosaurus would have been. An ostrich is taller than Monolophosaurus. By like kind of a country mile, actually. Like thinking about it, yeah. They're not small, but they actually, if you were to see this, it would be a little bit smaller than an ostrich. A Monolophosaurus would be maybe more like the size of a rhea, or rhea, or however you want to pronounce it, or maybe about the size of. Actually, this would be a good comparison. The Australian bird. What's wrong with me? Emu. Emus are about this are would be about the size. Monolophosaurus would height-wise be about the size of an emu. Gotta decide. I want to take this. I like the sketch. Definitely want to do more. Gotta add my detail. Gotta add my detail. And I've also, honestly, with stuff like this, with these drawing streams, actually, in the near future, I want to test something. I would like to take some drawing suggestions. I don't know, to like challenge myself at some point. I might start open up a poll or something. like a suggestion box of like different things. Would like to watch me draw. I'm just kind of playing. Trying stuff myself engaged, I guess. I don't know. Let me check something. Yeah. And not even 2 hours. So honestly, this is going pretty good. I will probably go for a render next. I will do one of two things. I'll either do a vector render or I'll do like an RT render. And now is where I decide if which I want to do. And the difference is do I decide to do like do I decide to do like a clean like line art one? Do I decide to do something with a little bit more um coloring, like just your coloring? I haven't decided yet. I might do the coloring one just because I need the practice, because it's actually kind of applicable to what I'm about to do soon. I'm about to do a render in pastel, so I need to find like kind of a good chalk pastel. What? Wait, one with the ship. One with the ship. And you know what? I want to be better about stuff like the line break there. Let's go up. Just to give myself some ideas, some lane breaks and stuff. To give some space and shape. Get an idea. Something I want to get a little bit better about. Center it like that. And then I think what I'm going to do. I don't know, opacity. Yeah. Yep, I think we do that. You'll see. You'll see. Right now, I'm just trying to get full angle. Ish. This out. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. There we go. On those. Them toes need some work. Close. Still haven't even hit. Still haven't even hit. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take that today's going slow. Like yesterday went so fast. I don't like it when days go like really, really fast. I want days to kind of slow down. Two-legged. There. That's sometimes just gotta make a carrot. What is fighting me? What is fighting me? Like that. Oh boy, foreshortening. Buddy's favorite. Everybody's best friend, foreshortening. I don't hate foreshortening. I just not very good about it. Sometimes it needs to be an ass pain. It would help with that. There we go. Except now, so now There we go. Much better. Gotta try to focus on it a little bit more. I'm not 100% sure if they're triangular like that or if they're flat. Let's look at an emu's foot. Okay, they are flat on top. Yeah. They are still like this, right? There's something like this. Just kind of winging it. Just kind of winging it. Make the way that looks a little bit better. There we go. That helped with the foreshortening a lot, actually. Much better. Much better. Much better. This down a little bit more. What you do? What you do? Hello, Comfy. I'm continuing my quest of petting every dinosaur. Always. I had gotta pet every dinosaur. How else am I going to be able to fulfill this if I don't continue to try to pet every dinosaur? We're gonna do like this, right? It's a lot of dinosaurs, but it'll get done eventually. It'll get done eventually. I almost hit 2 hours. That's like perfect. Almost finished my starting sketch. So look at my references. Something really fast. Have that, right? I said I had that perfect, and then I was like, no, I didn't. Well, that's fine. I'm fixing it. That's why I'm fixing it. Like that. Good, good Monoloposaurus. The anatomically sized correct Monoloposaurus at that. Very actually proud of that. I feel like I did a very good job of nailing much better than I even have in the past, like actual size and proportion and stuff. Like they are sized very, very well and very, very well very correctly. Go. Hydrate, but oh, it is a people-sized creature. It's a little bit smaller than a person-sized creature. Uh, I'm just glad that you can tell it's Monolophosaurus. I'm also just glad that you can tell that it's the thing. Tell what dinosaur it is based on the fact that it has exactly one. It has exactly one facial crest, just like a cassowary. Just like a cassowary. Uh huh. What's funny is The size comparison that I saw online, it's not that they're shrimping. They're like they always make the human size comparison like they're just kind of like splayed as flat as possible. And I don't, that's not shrimping. I'm trying to think of what that's called. I'm not 100% sure what I would call it, but it's not shrimping. It does have exactly one law. It has exactly one loaf. In fact, make a note of that. I should make note of that somewhere. Whilst ads are going, I will make a note of. Usually, I wait till the end to do this, but not for any particular reason. That's just usually when I do it, is like at the end. Typed the letter M. You typed one thing and then gave up. Now, and Curry 1993. Oh my god. Know that. I didn't know that. There we go. Do that way. Oop. And then Homo sapiens sapiens. Boy, I'm gonna do this enough that eventually I will memorize it, but I don't remember. He's Linnaeus. He's Mr. Linnaeus. Was it Linnaeus? Was Linnaeus. 1758. Oops. You'd call it shrimping from a human standpoint. Yes. Yes. Though, and I believe you shared this with me, they technically wouldn't shrimp if they had their tail. That's the thing, is if they have their tail, they don't shrimp as much because their center of balance changes when they have a long tail. Um, I still think they shrimp a little bit because that said, I did not know that. I did not know that it was that Monolophosaurus was described in 1993. I didn't know that. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Bump that down a little bit. Then go for the render. Let's do a vector. I haven't done a vector render. Oh, well, no. I said I was gonna do something more Like a pastel? So I need something like that. Start. Use some of the same color. Do I want to shoe bill it? How do I want to color this board? That's the question. If I shoe bill it, it'd be something like this. Also, I need to take. This is something I want to get better about. We're gonna do that. Go like. Great. Oh, that's what I was. Oh, something like that. Oop, too dark. Dark too fast. We're gonna do something like that. Then for the crest, definitely want you to write. Nah, we'll do something different. Ooh, always fun. Okay, yes, I want to do blue or dark. Then we're gonna do like this, maybe. Yeah. It needs to be different. It needs to be fundamentally a different color. We do pink. Ooh. I want it to be mainly bold, though. I'll go with like something like this. Yeah. that. Darker in here. Then leave some white. I'll try this. White. A little bit thinner. We're just gonna do like that, but a little bit darker. Nope. Darker. There we go. That's better. Yes, I still would pet one of these. So this is a test. How is this coming out? That looks good. I like this. I like this a lot. That looks good. Back to the white. Add some tea. Body. Y. Careful where you start. Try something. I'm gonna try something. Kind of overlap it there a little bit. Go back to this pink, right? He got naked arms. He ain't got sleeves. Oh no, I was on the wrong layer. Nope. That's fine. Oops. Wonder why that was. At least I caught it. Uh-huh. I'm kind of thinking about this from the perspective that I want consistency here. And if I think about it, like that's the body. Got and like kind of early feathers. Like early feathers. Thinking like they were covered mostly, but things like arms and legs wouldn't have been covered. And things like feathers, like flight feathers, wouldn't really exist until they were like flighted birds and stuff. right now, there's not really a need like feathers. They wouldn't have like feathered hands. So it would make sense that their hands would be uncomfortable. I can logic that their hands would be uncomfortable. I'll put it that way. I don't have any evidence. If I was to hypothetically think about it, they would have uncovered hands. They would have sleeveless arms. They might, or they would have. Depending, I could maybe see sleeves on the arms. Well, like thinking about birds. Let's look at the shoe bill. They don't really have. What the fuck did I just click? I just want to see a shoe bill. They kind of have feathers on their legs, but only really going up to like, here-ish, right? Like that's where the feathers really are. Like they have feathers like going down to there. So like I could see it if we're following that right. Like there could be some feathers. They could have short sleeves. Have short sleeves. I like that. That's kind of hypothetical. That's hypothetically speaking, not for certain. It's hypothetical. Uh, gotta do. We try this, and we go up to. Uh, really, I just wanted to soft around a path. Yeah, that's better. Just kind of think about stuff. So really, we have this like this. I just gotta be careful. Read it. Sure. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Remember which layer I need to be on. Gotta be careful of that. Yeah, I'm glad I decided to do this render. Again, I need the practice either way. Might not have. I'm not necessarily happy that I didn't get any work done with commission today, but fine. Happens. Still get the practice I need. This is helping me prepare for that, and that's really what matters. Happens. Going to do this now. I've given him sleeves. I still at least gave him sleeves. That way he's not too sad. Gets to have sleep. I like that. Human arms. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about his human hands. Them responsibly. Just relax. Just relax and just kind of like that. Oop. Dark. Not that dark. Kind of go a little bit thin. That's my. Yeah. That looks really good. Oh, I like how that looks. Gotta get the other leg first. Getting a little ahead of myself. But this is why I gotta be careful. You really gotta start backwards and forwards, or else you get kind of situation like this where I'm like, kind of like back there, but not really. There we go. Let's color me real fast. Now let's color me really fast. Like this brush. And like I said, it's being very good practice because I'm going to be working with chalk pastel on that mission. So good. Go. And then we got pants. Pants colored. Eh. Gotta remember, I don't have an undo button though. I think I'm gonna have to quickly get used to is that I'm not gonna have an undo button, and that's fine. There we go. That thing. I like that. I really like this brush. This brush works a lot better than I anticipated it to. I thought it was gonna kind of fight me, but no, it just kind of does its thing. Fun. I like that. Interesting brush. It's an interesting brush. It just kind of does its thing. I like it. Go. Um, give up there. That was weird. Didn't need it to give up there. Touchpad. Ah, my music. YouTube doesn't know if I'm still listening, even though I'm still here. Yes, YouTube, I'm still here. Perfect. Gonna go down. There. That. This. Oh, right, I gotta do that. Oopsie. Oopsie. Make it go like that. Go over it. Kind of like that. And also do something more like lines of like the mark there. Let's kind of fill that space for now, and then I add in the back. A little bit on the back side, so that way. Their shirt marks. They didn't. They haven't. They haven't done anything wrong. It just looks scary. Don't judge. Don't judge the big bird by how scary his face looks. It's mean. Just because he looks mean doesn't mean he's actually mean. Okay, okay, okay. Actually, I saw a very lovely video earlier of the very scary looking stork, sometimes known as literally the Undertaker stork. A marabou stork. Marabou storks look terrifying and scary and like they would rip your eyes out, but apparently they can still be very pleasant. They could still be very nice to be around. Shoebills! Shoebills look scary. I've seen people have positive experiences with shoebells. I would pet a shoebell if it trusted me and didn't want to bite the fuck out of me. To be fair, I'm not very much a bird person. I'm not very much a bird person, so do keep that in mind. I am not a bird person. Oh, well, shit. I'm sure they're fine. I would still try to pet. I don't know how that happens. Very weird. Listen, if I could pet a dinosaur in real life, I would never it might I would never pass up the opportunity because I'd only get the opportunity once either way. Either you would only get one opportunity to pet the dinosaur, and that's fine. I'm willing to take that. I'm willing to take that sacrifice. That like this, right? Like get it in there, switch back to the other color, flushes out the rest of the hand. I like that. Listen, people work in people. Emus, emus. Yeah, and emus look friendly. Emus do look friendly. You're right about that. It's why it's incredible that the Australians lost to emus. Like, how? How'd you guys mess that up? How did you lose an entire war to them? Quote a book I really, really like now. You're English and you're the best at everything. He's the real quote from Lord of the Flies, and I do like it a lot. One of my favorite quotes from that book. Kind of carve out some. Don't worry, they'll get more banana shaped. Like that. Up. How dare you, Comfy? How dare you get me with my favorite bit now? It is about a bunch of American. It is about a bunch of American kids on summer vacation. Again, that very dark. That oh, it's fine. That's fine. This looks good. I did kind of make him look like an old man. I didn't mean to. Sorry, sorry, Monolophosaurus. It made you look a little bit like an old man today. I didn't necessarily mean to, but this is where we got. I wasn't intending to make him look like an old man, but he kind of looks like an old man today. Guess there's that. I did make him look very bird-like. That's the thing that I actually think I really like that I did here is that I did make him look very bird-like. I like that he looks very bird-like. Going for bird-like. Nope. I think, and the reasoning behind it, right, is I think we need depictions of bird-like, but not bird, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, we don't know how early things like proto feathers actually. Well, maybe we do. I actually need to look that up. I might need to look up what is the earliest evidence of things like proto feathers. I don't actually know off the top of my head. If not bird, why bird like? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I like bird. He's got a face that every mother could love. Guys, I wish to petition to stop using the phrase only a mother could love. It's not nice. It's not a nice thing to say. It's just not nice. Have you now? That just means that I have the effect to put people to sleep with the caressing of my voice. Is it okay for me to say that? I'm gonna do that, and then add. I want to add like a secondary color of some kind. No, I know what to do. Ooh, damn it. Not that bright. That. I gotta go lighter. I want it to fill up all the way, but that, that makes sense. Does that make sense? Does that look good? I like the way that it's overlapping actually a lot. I did make him look very frumpy. That, right? There. You'll see what I'm doing here. We had that, right? Then, back in. Back a little bit. That. Another. Wait. No. I think I got that hydrate bot. Either way, I should drink water. What's helping is being much more gradual with my layers. I think for a while there I was really struggling because I was like trying to add too much too quickly. Adding more quickly does not work all the time. Add gradual, get gradual effects. Better layering. Especially when you do I'm starting to realize how transparencies work for my for this. Trying to take better care of in my Ooh, I like that. You like that. Like isn't necessarily erasing it, but it is make a little bit of decisive fun. He looks great. He does look like he is not sure why he's here. I kind of like. I like that about him. He gives a very bewildered vibe. Not sure what he's doing here. Doesn't know if he can trust me. That's for certain. Yeah, I like that. Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. That looks really good. Gotta be willing to make. Sometimes you just gotta be willing to make a choice. Fix it. So, gotta start from behind. Oh, oh, that really fast. Then, actually, that, but we're gonna go like not that much. Yes. You think? Uh-huh. I never said that what I was doing was safe. I do want to preface that with all of these. I am petting a dinosaur. Don't know how a dinosaur would react to being pet. Can't know until you try. There's no way to know how a dinosaur would react to being pet until we pet one. Maybe they would love it. We don't know. It definitely does give the vibe of being like, why are you touching me? I kind of like that actually a lot. There we go. That, and then we're gonna go. Adding lines, because I like adding lines, because lines help me. The lines are for me. That's what matters. Really dark there. That. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Kind of like that. Me when I line. Trying to give him back a little bit of his the like kind of like dinosaur look a little bit here. whilst retaining a little bit of the birdness that I've gotten worked into this. But I'm liking how this render is coming out a lot. I'm really liking how this render is coming out a lot. Quite good. Now I made him sleepy. Now I've made him look sleepy, which maybe I kind of want to do. So a little bit lighter. Lighter. Some some light. Ooh, I like the way that that looks. There we go. Much better. Ooh, yeah. And then, you know what? Here's something I need to try. I've got kind of like this blue, right? So we're just go like light blue, very light. Want want to add some blue in some spots. Not sure where. Yeah. That light. Like that. I'm just trying some stuff. You just out here trying stuff now. Hmm. Nope. Much. It's too much. Best. Around here-ish, actually. Here, we're gonna do a little bit more. Not quite that much. Yeah. Look at that. Maybe? Yeah, that's better. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. That. Or do that. Yeah. Nope. But I know. Do what I know. Right, do it right. No, do what you know. Oh my. I guess that is the same color. Boy, ain't the eye just weird like that. Huh. Ain't that just wild? Ain't that just wild how that works? Rightly? I couldn't say I could explain it, but that is how it just works. Darker, darker. Then you sit back. That's much better. That way it goes around, and then, oop, uh, there we go. Just like that. The only thing that I'm like, I'm glad. I don't know why this is the thing. This was the thing. Things that I'm like, this is like good and all, but there's other things I need to do. But you know what? This is the thing. I just got to do the thing. What I mean by that is for whatever reason, this was the thing I could accomplish today. But I'm glad. I'm still glad that I am. It's weird. I don't get it. I don't necessarily like it, but still gonna do it. Gotta do it. Doesn't make sense to me, but you know what? Frick it. Who cares? Do what you gotta do. Like that. That's kind of like how I like to give a little bit of an under. depending on what, just to give it a little bit, just kind of experimenting a little bit to begin with, and give it a little bit more bite. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna start doing that more. Looks good. A little bit of backbite. Add a little bit of the backbite. Ooh, I like that. I really like the dimensionality of that too. Yeah, just add a little bit. Add a little bit. This is something I'm getting better at. Is you just add it, don't overwork it. Add it, don't overwork it. A little bit at a time. This is why this is specifically very good practice for chalk pastels, because chalk pastels very much kind of work this way. You can really press in. Well, if I remember correctly, you need to take some blending. You got to blend a little bit. You got to blend a lot, actually. You can't quite just like in there. But it's still good practice because the general premise is still the same. I believe, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've used chalk pastel, but that doesn't mean that I can't use it. I know I can do it. It's just been a bit. I'll have to take some time to relearn the medium. I'm where I'm at. Gotta relearn the medium sometimes. And I'm trying to decide which color to use. There we go. Michael! We're gonna do. I'm actually gonna take this red, right? We're gonna take that red. We'll have just a little bit more, not so much that it overtakes, right? It's fine. That's better. I like that. I just wanted it to be a little bit darker. Not so much that it would overtake. Just a little bit darker. Also do that here. Like a little bit. I'm all the same color. Hello, sir. He's finally here to invade my space. He's finally here to invade my space. This is what I've been waiting for. See, if there's any reason why it always takes me a while to get anything done, because I have a poop goblin who likes to get into my lap. Be like, I can help. Oh, you can. He's like, watch me. And I'm like, God damn it. Not complaining, actually. Just kind of complaining. Here's some kind of complaining. Like that. I mean, I have to. I'm gonna do this, then I have to go here. That could be a lot darker. A lot smaller though. Maybe not that small. 25. That's better. About 10. I'm gonna use this to my advantage. That way, not complete that. Kind of like that. Ooh, ooh, I like that. I like how that looks. What you doing? Monster. Monster in my lap. Stinky monster in my lap. I said that, now he's licking my elbow. Yeah, I like that. What's funny is these aren't even the kind of glasses I wear anymore. I wore these like in preschool. I remembered having glasses like these, and I actually cannot recommend them. They would fall. The lens, the frame got fucked up somehow, and then there got to a point that the lenses fell out of the frame consistently because there's no bottom. I don't recommend these kinds of frames. They're not good. Yeah, like that. Now he just looks sleepy, and I kind of like that. Just like me. I want to add some of this. I'm just kind of experiment now. Just keep rolling with it. Just keep rolling with it. If anything, take this. Go about there. And Gotta really get in there with some colors and just go for it. Always go for it. Always go for it. Hello, Silos. How are you? How was game? Mentioned you were in a game. Yeah. Give that a little bit of depth. Was okay. Well, I hope that's a good okay. There isn't such a thing as a good and a bad okay, I would say. Okay, that's good. I mean, hey, good, good. Goodness, who's been on the side of a bad okay before? It's not good. Somebody who's personally experienced a bad okay. It's not good. I've had a bad okay before. Bad okay has happened, though. We take the good okays when we get them. Lighter, and then that's flow. Boy, I don't know what note value that was at. Add a little bit of the pink so that way it gets like just kind of like that. Kind of like that. I like that. Neutral. Neutral okay. I'm neutral okay. That's my alignment. Stop again. If my music stopped again. Did. Do it. Also, we'll see if I get this done tonight. Honestly, I might. Of course now. It's this. I hate my brain. I hate my brain. I'm fine now. Earlier, just like, no, I'm like, draw dinosaurs, yay! God fucking damn it. Brain was a mistake. Don't care. Mistake. Looks really good though. Hey, I'm liking how this is coming out. It looks really good. And this is why I actually do like pastels and I like rendering and stuff like this. Glad that I'm so really, really, I've always been able to do this. I've been able to do it since college. I did it in college. And I'm glad. I'm so happy I'm like just getting it back. Like I used to draw like this. And I think there was just a period where I was like going through a lot. I mean, I was going through a lot in college too, but I was just going through a lot. When you go through a lot, it makes it really difficult. So I like did depreciate a lot. Unfortunately, I depreciated a lot coming out of college, but hey, I'm getting it back, and that's really all that matters. And I'm glad. Like the fact that I can do stuff like this again makes me happy. Overall, it makes me happy. There's some stress. It's always gonna have some stress, but this is like something that I really enjoy doing. Granted, I really like that I'm good at it. Without going into details, there's a period of time where certain things were making me feel not so good about doing art that had nothing to do with actually my ability to do it. So, but that's its own thing. We don't have to discuss here. Just know I figured it out. I went, oh, okay. It wasn't me. I wasn't crazy. And it happens. Stuff like that happens. Ultimately, that is what's more important, is to be like, yeah, that can happen. So just be more prepared for it in the future. Now I am, honestly. And that is, and ultimately, I never quit. I never quit. Never truly quit. And let it be known that sometimes when it really comes down to it, you are responsible for your own peace. Always fight for it. You're absolutely entitled to the things that bring you peace. Always. Ooh, I like that. Kind of plain. Maybe not that much. Okay, leave it. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. Honestly, my guy does not have to be as detailed as the subject of the piece. I'm bigger because he's not as big as me, but I am not the subject of this piece. He is. It's not his fault that I'm bigger than him. He's a smaller guy. That's fine. I don't I don't judge Monolophosaurus for not being the biggest dinosaur in the world. Honestly, I just didn't know he was such a little guy. I genuinely thought he was bigger. I thought he was as big as like other allosaurs. I thought he was about the size of an allosaur. I did not know he was this small. I did not know he was just kind of like, I'm trying to think of something that's about this big. Deer? About the size of a deer? Kind of is kind of the value that I'm seeing here, is that he's about the size of a deer. Um, that's what I'm seeing. I didn't know they were that small. I really didn't. I thought they were bigger. Okay. Mm. And a little bit, getting to give it a little like that. Yeah. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day tomorrow. Take it easy. I won't explain myself. Ooh, I like that. Oh, this looks really, really good, actually. I'm really enjoying how this is turning out. What about his legs? What about his legs? Working on it. Working there. Getting there. Thinking. Honestly, I should start this first. This. Sculpting. Ooh. That's it. That's like half of art is just finding little things like that to be able to. Just kind of go in and maneuver things around. Kind of like that. I think that Bob Ross guy was on to I don't know. And the good thing, really, like when I'm like, man, I used to be able to do stuff like this. The big thing here is the big difference is when I say I used to be able to do stuff like this, it came at a lot of like effort. It came at a lot of effort and a lot of like wear on me to be able to actually accomplish. certain things. And now I feel like this is able to come out because I know what I'm doing. Like, it's not just scribble it until something actually comes out good. It's at least directed. I do have to try some stuff. I did try some stuff earlier in this, and it worked, but I didn't quit. I didn't quit, which is kind of, the thing that I do the most, I think. Anything that I do. I try something and then it doesn't work, and I go, okay, I keep trying something until something works. That's kind of just my way. It's just kind of my way. Failed me. It failed me. He's away. Hasn't really gone to. Eh, right idea. And over here. One of the big things that has helped me that I like knew it was a thing, but I only feel like I neglected it so much because I didn't understand it. I did not actually understand it. I did not understand the importance of really analyzing shapiness of things. Though one of my early, like, really, really good things that got there, but then I forgot to internalize it. That was the problem, is I didn't internalize it. Was sorry, hydrate bot. I didn't internalize it. Was like there was a practice we were doing. We were doing some practice work, and the practice work was we took like a head. We were taking like a bust of a Greek sculpture, and then we were breaking it down by the like kind of shapes that like make it up. So like the planes, the surfaces that make up that head. And I really liked what came out of that. But because I didn't know how to, this is something that school fails at. I'm going to call out something that all school fails at, even including college a little bit, and that you there needs to be a better way to teach this. Is you can't just learn information, you need to internalize information. I did not internalize the importance of understanding why that was good. I just learned that was a thing that helps with drawing, and then I didn't internalize why. Now, some people have an easier time with that. I hope so. But for me, college was about learning how to internalize things, and I eventually got there. But I do feel like college is a little late to be learning how to internalize things. But maybe it's just really hard to internalize things when you're younger. This is speculative. I'm not a psychologist. Ow. I didn't learn how to actually internalize things until later. That's fair, Silos. I think it's just a and don't get me wrong, I think it goes both ways. I think when I was younger, I still was willing to be curious about a lot of stuff and like look into stuff and like understand things. But you're not really taught how to understand anything. Um which is kind of a problem. Hey, fun fact, it's kind of a problem. Nobody's really taught how to understand anything. Um for themselves. Like, that's the most important thing is some people will understand something, quote unquote, for themselves, but then kind of be surprised. People just are different. And like being able to recognize the difference between understanding something for yourself and understanding like just other things that people also experience. Hey, we're all a work in progress here. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I certainly am not. I'm still learning my own battles with that stuff. But trying. Fair, but I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it just because I don't know. We don't need to get into the moralistics of how people are and how I certainly feel about people. Was to say, I would say I'm at. I have evidence that both is true of people can be better. They just need to also not suck. Need to also not, which is hard. And that's the difficult part. Still suck. Part that I'm dealing with. Ooh, one section here. Focus there. I have. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's why I'm like, it goes both ways. I certainly am not like, yeah, it's fine. But I'm also like, it won't get better if I could just keep thinking people will only be worse. But trust me, I am also like, God, why you got to fix it? Yeah. Hmm. Actually, I want now. No, I do want that. Yes, 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 we do want that. So yeah, world doesn't get better if we just admit that people suck all the time. Just suck a lot of the time. I don't like it either. Tighter. That's more. Hmm. Hmm. And then I need to do like this color, right? F. Kind of like that. I need to do it at full. Just to kind of cut in there. Sometimes you just got to cut in so that way it actually fills out the color and the shape and everything. It helps. I don't know if cutting in is the right term, but it's the term that I use. But it's got to be a little bit. That looks great. I'm really happy with how this looks. That looks awesome. Oh, good. Oh, it's good. I did kind of give him emu. I gave him kind of a cassowary emu body. That kind of makes sense. The thing about those birds are very old. The best way that I could describe it, they are very old in a certain sense. As birds. What doing, sir? It's just falling down my leg. Up with that. I've defined that out a little bit more. Dark. Get in there, get in there. Let me get in on them hands. Get in there. Did kind of give him creepy sleeve. Now, yeah, I don't know if I like him sleeveless or sleeved. I really don't. I don't know if I like him better with sleeves or without sleeves. Both are kind of unnerving. Unnerving either way. Now I'm getting it. There we go. And here. About really just building up spots. Building up those spots. Darker one. Did it. I finally got better at this. I'm so bad about like leaving weird little gaps and it out all the way. Gotta paint it out all the way. And do I probably need to go more than like this close? Probably not. In all honesty, you just need to get close enough that you get the details that you need. Your eyes will fill in the rest. That's the real secret, is like making sure to like make it that your eyes fill in the rest of the blanks. By your eyes, I mean the audience's eyes. For anybody who's looking at it, heck, even my eyes. That's a good looking hand. Hold up. That in just darker, a little bit more texture, roundness. There we go. I don't know if that's doing anything. Right? Yeah, let's do it a little bit. Yeah, let's do it. Fast, thin, really dark. By that I mean black. There we go. There we go. Decide how much I want to add a little bit. Just add a little bit. I'm just adding this. Start thinking about it, but there we go. Just kind of like trying to shade it a little bit more so it looks like the body is actually covered in those pictofibers, I believe is what they're called. I don't actually know off the top of my head, unfortunately. I do not. But I think they're called pictofibers. You're not quoting me on this. Look it up. No buts. I'm going to right now because I'm focused. Honestly, I'm really focused. But just one thing. I might actually have. Ish. Ooh. That. That's more like it. There we go. Much better. Much better. Sir. That. So more like this. Pulls just gets us a little bit more detailed down. It is the one I wanted. Thank God. Ooh, I like that. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. That there. I want to go like a little bit down, up. Find the color here. Well, that's if not that much. Yeah, do it like that. He looks great. I love him. Though I did kind of draw an Oviraptor on accident. Oh well. Oh well. I have an idea. If I was to fix it, the easiest way would be this, right? We're gonna do that. And really, all I need to do is longer. Because he ended up being a little bit more in profile than I originally anticipated. There. There! That's much more Monolophosaurus. Now I have to fix it. Oh, no. Takes exactly 2 for me to fix. Yeah, that's what it was missing. That's what it was missing. The head was too short. That looks much more like a Monolophosaurus now. The head, because it was given too much Oviraptor. Oviraptor has a very short face, and the way that it was looking a little bit too much at me. And because it was looking more at me, I needed to lengthen the face a little bit. Originally, I wanted it to be like kind of looking off at the front, but I think I think I didn't. I think it had it too looking. It made it flattened too much, so I needed to just. It was foreshortening again. I foreshortened it into an over after. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Now it looks like Monolophosaurus though, because the head is a lot longer. That's an important detail. Monolophosaurus does not have a short head. It has a long head. It has a long face. Might move the eye a little. Move the eye. Try this real fast and see how this does. No guarantees this will work. Move the eye. Ish. What do I like up there-ish? What that'll do, I have to move everything. That's fine. This is something I had to be careful with though, as I'm gonna be working in a physical media, so I can't really do anything like this, so I have to be careful. Yeah, that looks better. No. There we go. Gotta go in like that, right? Also adds a little bit of flavor into there. There we go. There. That's better. I like that. I like that a lot. The eye's a little bit bigger too. The face is actually the right shape now. I was wondering, I was like, something was bugging me about it. I was like, something's wrong. Guess what? Something was wrong. And I had to fix it. So I fixed it. Oh no, I undid it. Redo, 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 redo. Okay. Once I actually hit the wrong button when it comes to that. Usually I'm like wanting to undo. I'm usually hitting save on accident to undo, and for once I was like, no, I don't actually want to undo that. That was good. No, that was good. That's not as far from. Yes. Ooh, that much darker and make it wider. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Ooh, that looks really, really good. Saturate. Do that again. And then you go in with the eraser and kind of cut in around this area. I just really want to pet the dinosaur. Why can't I just pet the dinosaur? It ain't gonna hurt me. Look, I made him look a lot less annoyed. Looks much more he looks much nicer now. He's so much friendlier now. I've made him much more friend-shaped. Listen, I think there's something to be said that a lot of birds are friend-shaped, but they are still birds. Exactly. All dinosaurs are friend-shaped. Birds are friend-shaped. There are a lot of friend-shaped birds. Still should probably not pick them up. I was coming home once and there was just a chicken in the middle of the road. Well, not the road. It was like going behind the alley to my house, like a little alley behind our house. And we have neighbors who have chickens, and one of their chickens like got out or something, and I was like, "What do I do?" He's just there, so I just got out of the car and was like, "Hey, chicken, get the fuck out of the road." It's just like, get out of the way. And eventually the chicken was like, oh, okay, fine, and I'll leave. But I was like, I'll be damned if I pick up this chicken. That would be a mistake. This chicken doesn't know me, and I know if a bird doesn't know you, a bird ain't gonna. A bird is gonna fuck with you. The bird don't know you. Don't touch the bird. Bird will annihilate you. Bird will try to destroy you if the bird doesn't know you. It's how birds work. It's how all birds work, believe it or not. Like that. Same thing. Made defeat a little bit big. I will say I did not, in fact, learn, however, why the chicken crossed the road, because I told the chicken to get the fuck out of the road, else I would hit it with my car. I also did not want to hit a chicken with my car. That was not favorable either. I didn't want to hurt the chicken. I didn't know what the hell the chicken was doing there. Chicken's fine. Not be in the middle of the goddamn road. Now that's gonna be. I'm gonna do that a bunch now, aren't I? Like that. Color it in. Going to go behind. Big. Do some idea. Get a blob. We get a blob going. Then eraser. Mainly just want it there to give a little bit of depth. To give a little bit of depth. Boy, I hope you're comfortable, boy. Really thirsting for that keyboard now. Those keyboard shortcuts, I'm missing them now. That's what I'm missing. Yeah, thank you. Finally. Finally. This is what I actually know. I'm gonna do that. More like that lighter. Hope too light. 29%. I like it. Ooh, yeah, that's looking good. That's looking quite good. Yeah. I'm actually pretty close, I think, to finishing this. I'm not far off, honestly. I'm pretty close. Finding how a shadow works. Finally. Happening. Happened. Finally freaking happened. You know what? That might be one of the best shadows I've ever put down. No, you're good. Dog takes. Dog takes. Take care of dog. Dog takes. Please take care of dog. Dog need. If dog need, dog need. Need to dog. Getting pretty close to finishing this, I think, actually. Great, honestly. And I'm not really feeling tired yet. Also, really anticipate much more by the end of it. But no, we're good. My ability to persevere always be my greatest strength, costliest weakness, I think. Good that I can persevere like this? Sure. Say sure. Was the best for me? Be determined. Be determined. Really try to point out there that there's like some stuff going on. Their stuff. Yes, that just a little bit. There we go. A little claw. And a little claw. And a little claw there. There we go. Oh yeah, hell yeah, this is my favorite track on the whole damn thing. Whale noises. Kind of making a joke here. I like weird ambient noise in my music. If you're like, hey, are they just in a fish tank now? I guess. We're in a fish tank now, guys, and you don't get a choice. You also aren't allowed to leave. You're in the fish tank with me. Sorry, them's the breaks. We're in a fish tank now. But up. Ooh, yeah, that looks good. I think add like do a pass on this. Like dark. Really, really not transparent. Ish. Darken. Then I'm gonna take that color, right? Start. Goal is not to leave that shadow. Goal is to just the edge. What I do is we're gonna thin this down. Then we're gonna go down to it. Goal is just to darken it around the edges so that it just kind of pops a little. This a little bit of that there too. How much more work do I want to give myself? I like the way that looks. Gotta try. This, right? Something like that. If you're wondering why this is so hard, really it's just because I'm like, okay, now I'm getting to the point that I'm like, okay. There we go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Tangerine Dream. Hit it, Tangerine Dream! All the VOD watchers out there, go look up Tangerine Dream. It's real good if you like ambient electronic. Uh, ambient electronica. Interesting. Interesting effect I created there. Ooh, I like that actually. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that a lot. There we go. Hmm. This. Well, actually. Yeah, we're gonna do that, but we're gonna go light. Side. The other way. Go fast, just do a switch there. Everywhere. We're in the layering phase. It's where you just keep adding layers until it looks good. Here's what we're gonna do for this. Like a really dark color. Yeah, we're just gonna. Could go one of two ways. Do that and half maybe. This. Beautiful color, actually. Complementary color. No. Mainly just want to do this a bit more definition, but because I'm not going to be shading this, I just want it. Okay, then we're gonna go you, and we're gonna go dark. Mainly able to differentiate parts of this because it's difficult to actually. I just need. They just need more definition. They just need more definition. Here I am defining them. Yeah, that's what I needed. Lines. Just needed some defining lines. Now this here, real question. Not so much that it distracts. I think that's what it was bugging me. Like that. Yeah, that's good. Oh my god, it's midnight. Oh my god, it's been 5 hours. When the hell did that happen? I'm wrapping it up. This is what happens when you wake up at 11. Well, I woke up at 8, quickly. Blame me, I actually was having a very good time trying this. It took me about 5 hours. That sounds about right. God, do I just use the black? I think I just used the blacked outline. Yep. Sometimes that's how it goes. Worth a shot, but sometimes you just gotta use the black. Get the point across. Just works. I'll try it, but if it doesn't like work immediately, then I'm calling it here. But I might try using this on the dinosaur. If I don't like it, then we don't have to worry about it. It'll depend on how much I stick out next to it. Black line. If I stick out too much, I'll consider it. Not, I call it here. Oh no, that looks fine. Oh no, that looks fine. That looks great, in fact. I like that. I like that a lot. If there's anything, I'm gonna add real fast. Add that real fast. Hey! Yeah, that's all I needed. That Easy. Yeah, I think we call this here. I just need to sign it, and then we're good. And I need to be better about this. I've already made this mistake, but in a previous piece, but to be fair, that's fine. It happens. I have to be careful when I sign. I was getting lazy where I was like, okay, I'll just reuse the sign thing. And then I may or may not have signed it the wrong year because I was not paying attention. Too lazy to write IJ26. 2 seconds. Yeah. I might. Oh God. Oh. I'll find out really fast if it looks good, and if it does, then I have to do it really quick. Bad news, everybody. I think it looks good. Oh, bad news, everybody. It looks good. I can't just put a line about it around everything. It's not what? What? Oh. Huh? Oh. I just didn't know you were like fixing a mistake, and I was like, what? Huh? What? Had me scared. Is now. I am. He does want drugs. You are correct about that. He does want drugs. Won't use the black line. Just use sparingly. Ah. Actually, that might be it. Yeah, I don't think I need to add a black line everywhere. I think that's it. Right. I don't even think I need it there. Be careful. Can't add too much. It's pretty much done. Not touching it. I'm done. Hands down. Hands down. Finished. I'm done. It's late. Ugh. Time's up. Pens down. Ads will go. That's it. I did it. I did it in one. That's kind of what I was hoping is I'd do this in one. I didn't want to do it in two. I would say I did 1 extra hour. I did 1 extra hour I did not intend to do, but 5 is not bad. 5 is pretty good. 5 is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with 5 hours on this. It was like 5 hours of work. It feels like 5 hours of work. So that's pretty good if it took me 5 hours to do 5 hours of work. This taking 5 hours, that's pretty good. Sure. like that. Now I have to remember when I make, and it might be a couple days because I now need to catch up on something, but when I make the time lapse of this, I need to be certain to um when I do the time lapse of this, I need to be certain to cut off the end. I didn't do that on the last one, and I just was like, it's I guess. I never know how to feel about that. Like, should I redo it if I catch a mistake like that, or should I just leave? Never know. I really truly never know these days. I'm like, leave it. That's what I thought. Sometimes like, they can't do nothing. Well, a mistake happened. You move on. Try to catch it next. But it's already out there. It's frankly, people probably aren't going to be like, you made a mistake. I see the mistake. People probably don't even see the mistake. And if they do, they're probably like, well, that was weird. This is weird. So it's not intended to be there. You like it. I like it when that happens. Sir. Why do you have to scrape? You have to scrape my leg and everything. Oh, I was on the wrong layer. Well, I'm never going to touch this again. It's fine. If anything, I want to take this all. Select. How do I... There it is. Transform. Make sure. I just want to make sure it's... There we go. Just wanted to make sure that was centered. That's all. And I think that's good. We're done. We're done. Good, we're done. I fix my shit. Ads end, and then I'm going to close the stream as soon as ads end. So that was good. It was a good time. Made a good I made Monolophosaurus. Fixed his face. It was I realized I was I found an error early enough. That was good. If I would have gone all the way to the end, I would have been like, I made his face too short. I made his face too scrunched, and I kind of made an Oviraptor instead of an actual. Well, that's the funny thing is, I could believe that Oviraptors would have like flight feathers, but because this is such an early, like this is a Jurassic dinosaur, I would think it would be more like this. It would have more of an emu look, and it would either have its it would either have its arms completely covered in short pictofibers, or it would be naked like this. And the fact that we have naked legs, it kind of makes sense to me that you would have naked hands with that same kind of reason. Naked head too, just because there are birds with naked heads. There are birds with naked heads. Not all birds like have feathers all the way up and down their head. So I like this. It came out good. It's good. It came out good. So thank you for joining, everybody. We're gonna start wrapping it up. Before we go, before the end of your stream, I gotta draw one more picture. You guys are gonna help for the end of your stream. We're gonna make a prompt together. That prompt is anything. That prompt is anything. Here, it probably doesn't. Not quite centered. There you go. Now you can all see it. But the we're gonna make a prompt together. If you want to participate in chat, all you gotta do is type in chat. Whatever chat says, I'll use as a reference. And then I'm gonna open up Paint and a 60-second timer. And because I had to use my drawing screen today, I have to do this all with keyboard and mouse. So if you want, and then I'll share it before we rate out. So, long Long Monolophosaurus with her eggs. Yeah, that seems pretty good. All right. Actually, I'm going to restart because I didn't even click. There. Their eggs. Did I? Oh no. I mean, yeah. I am a perfect artist. I am a perfect artist. Keyboard and mouse sometimes does some things to me, and it really just kind of fucks me up. Okay. All right. Well, stick around to the very end if you want to see that picture. We also do a bit of a closing bit. We do raid at the end of every stream, so that way the vampires in our chat can keep watching. Just everybody else out there, make sure to go lock your doors and windows. It is almost lunchtime for vampires, and thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time, and I hope you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatch the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to all the socials below and the Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to. And just generally, you can come hang out with the rest of the community here on the Discord. You can check that out. It's a good time in there. You can say hi to everybody. You can say hi to all my friends. You can say hi to all the people. You can say hi to me. You can say hi to me. You wanna. You can say hi to me. Wanna. You can also you can get me to draw stuff. That's the best way you can ask me to draw stuff. Get on the Discord. It's also the best way to keep up with anything we're doing. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community on the Discord and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience. We appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure also hashtag with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more of the good stuff we do here. And if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate that people have been talking about the stream, and I encourage you guys to do it more. It does help us out, and it's just super rad that you guys have been willing to do that. I do appreciate it, honestly. I'm glad that we're doing things that you guys want to talk about. So if you enjoy watching me draw dinosaurs, and honestly, I mean, I like drawing dinosaurs. If you like the dinosaurs that I draw, tell your friends about them. Tell people about them. I won't. And as always, a huge thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream, as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as some other benefits you can get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch, or check out the Patreon, Ko-fi, and VGen here. Those links will show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. If you enjoyed seeing my art and want me to draw something for you, definitely check out the VGen. That is a seller platform for artists to be able to do commissions. So if you want me to commission something, if you want to commission me to draw something, and you like my art style and you just want to support what we're doing here, so that way I can do it more, definitely get on the VGen and get me to draw something for you. Now you know about how long it takes me. It takes me about 5 to 6 hours. You want me to draw something for you like this? It takes me about 5 to 6 hours. You get the sketches, and you get the final product. Go check out the VJ, and please, I really would appreciate it. And thank you to your mods who wonderful job holding back the robot. I mean, for becoming famous. And thank you just for coming and hanging out, everybody. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the show. And I hope you had a good evening. I'm glad you guys could join. It was good. It was good. I'll get you through housekeeping and get you on your way. Check out the rest of our friends at Goblin Entertainment here. That link tree has links to everyone's channels and everything that they've done and they've been up to, and all of my stuff here, which has everything that I post to. So you should go check everybody out in Goblin Entertainment. We got all sorts of stuff in there. If you joined in late on this and want to see the rest of the VOD, as well as usually a time lapse of the drawing, there should be a time lapse available in the next couple days. That can all be found on the VOD channel, though, either below or in my link tree. You can also find any previous time lapses I've done, any other drawings I've done, as well as anything else that I've done with me and my friends in the last couple years. Find it there in the VOD channel. That was everything that we have done. Now for everything that we will be doing. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I should be doing some more stuff with James and his brother Kenneth. And then we'll be back on Monday doing Mothership with Jackson and Sean. And then Wednesday, should be doing more Disco Elysium with all my friends, Jackson, Sean, Lauren, and Ari. And then usually Thursdays, we're doing some multiplayer stuff with James and Aqua. And then we'll be back here doing something else. Doing something, probably more Mothership, honestly. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, definitely follow. Click any of the links below. Get in all the places. Get in on all the places. And just keep being cool. Keep being get in all the socials. Get on the Discord. Definitely get on the Discord. That's the best place to keep up with anything that we're doing. So, yeah. Honestly, just keep being rad. Just keep being cool. I appreciate you guys. I'm glad you were able to hang out and watch me draw dinosaurs. Something good in the world. There was a new dinosaur discovered. I was gonna look it up, but there's another Manuraptor that they found, I believe, in China. So it's good that we're still finding more like dinosaurs. It's good that people are still studying paleontology. I'm happy and glad that people are still doing that. So to all the paleontologists out there, doing good. And I hope you like my dinosaurs because I still care about it a lot. I still like paleontology. I still have a deep interest in it, and I really appreciate, you know, everybody who can do it. It's a really cool field, and I care about it a lot still. So, paleontology is good. Now stick around. We'll go say hi to Tina. She's actually doing some heck divers right now too. And she's against the new faction, so I'm pretty excited for that. We might check that out here soon. Or new faction, new stuff with the Illuminate. So stick around for that. Otherwise, everybody have a good evening. Take it easy, and remember, you know, just do your best. Still did pretty good. That's pretty good for mouse and keyboard, honestly. That's not bad for mouse and keyboard, frankly. Mouse and keyboard, that's not too bad. Ah. It's late. Why am I not tired now? Frickin' hell. I don't understand. My body don't make no sense no more. Goodbye, everybody. I'm gonna wrap up and go to bed. No, it's just gonna affect tomorrow. It's